Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We're talking about sleep today. So, I mean, I think we all know what sleep is, or sometimes we know what the lack of sleep is. And we look for it to help to recharge, but also it's tied to our overall health, not just our physical health, but psychological health too. I've told this story many times when I was treating with a group of psychologists, we were treating PTSD and we came up, each one of us would come up with like little different approaches and everything. And I was working directly with a psychologist to make a presentation to the group. And we went through and we treated PTSD and I proposed a thing that we maybe emphasized sleep rather than just kind of going through and doing a psychological protocol. And the idea was based on that, like when we work with athletes, like if we could get them to have a deep enough sleep, this is endurance athletes that were having to perform day after day. Um, if we could get them to reach a certain level or depth of sleep, they would perform in an amazing way the next day. And if they just had like their pulse didn't go down like 5 points. So it was just like they would still get good sleep. They would still get kind of deep sleep, but still not that really super deep regenerative sleep. Their performance would show that they'd been performing day after day. They would be a little bit more sluggish, they would fatigue easier, their hand-eye coordination would go down. And so what I proposed for the PTSD study was to emphasize sleep. And we would literally, it would take us a little while to get people to get there. And, but the ones that did, if we could get them to like a really super deep, deep, deep regenerative sleep in just one night, they'd wake up with no PTSD. And, there's health issues that if you can get deep enough sleep, your body will regenerate. When you're sleeping, you're going into that repair mode, that healing repair mode. And so that's kind of the goal is we need to have that regenerative kind of sleep all the time, but in times of energy injury or in times of emotional or mental difficulty, it helps us pull out of whatever it is. And if you don't get enough deep sleep, mystically they would call this a degenerating mind. Like you're not able to stay strong in times of like difficulty. You would tend to start to have more anxiety, start to have more repetitive thoughts, start to uh, think like weird hypotheticals, like worst case scenarios, things like this. And if the sleep is deep enough and regenerative enough and consistent, the mind tends not to go there, right? It's not really the quality of the mind itself, it's just how much rest did that mind get. The mind needs to have rest just like the body needs to have rest. So, here we have just some basic things to consider, like sleep duration. And adults shooting for 7 to 9 hours, but there's teenagers and things like this. I just thought I'd give you some things to like reading points. And then the sleep quality, where we talk about like ease of falling asleep, maintaining it, duration, feeling rested, what that all kind of means, and then impact. But let's jump down to B, where we start dealing with aspects directly associated with sleep. So the first thing that I thought we'd address, this is going to be different from person to person depending on the kind of work you do and the kind of people you have around you. But for the most part of our ability to fall asleep at night is our ability, for one, we're tired, so our body needs to let go a little bit, but it's also to be able to let go of the day. And sometimes we're interacting with people that might be stressed out, that might be upset, not necessarily at you, right? It doesn't necessarily always have to be directed at you, but You could be in an office where other people are stressed, or have a partner who's very stressed, or be talking with friends and they're stressed and going through something. And there's just interactions with general people. We form what we call these like energetic cords, these energetic connections. And part of how we interact and communicate with people is through an exchange of energy. It's verbal, it's body language, it's all these things, but it's also energetic. And so what happens sometimes is some of the stress that you might be feeling, or some of the upset feelings that you might be feeling, might not even be your own. And so we want to kind of disconnect from other people's stuff, or just maybe situations that might cause us to still be like stressed or agitated, cause body tension, any of these things. And this goes through and will clean things up, and it will also increase your ability to connect to the things that are positive in your world. Sometimes stress, lack of sleep makes us feel a little disconnected, and some of this is still tied to these energetic cords. So, out of that list that you're given of things to choose from, you have ironbark eucalyptus, rue, St. John's wort, or etheric quartz. So let's have you pull out one of those choices.
And if you got the kit, you have the St. John's wort.
Yeah. Think we're good? Yeah. Okay. So first off, let's just have you begin inhaling the oil, whichever oil you got. Just close your eyes and take long, slow, deep breaths. Remember to like hold the bottle up to your nose, about an inch or two from your nose, and then you're inhaling through your nose and then exhaling through your mouth. And try to just take long, slow, deep breaths. Oh, this is yummy. Rosewood. Yeah. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're not thinking about anything in particular right now. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. And so this is a good thing to be doing at the end of the day, just because you're going to help shed whatever connections that bring maybe stress energy, or energy that might agitate you a little bit. You might not be aware of it, but your physiology is having a reaction. Right? So now I would like you to, over the last 24 hours, regardless of who they were, like pick a person from the last 24 hours. Doesn't have to be somebody who's bad. Like it could be, your husband or your wife or, your person at work or a friend that you were talking to yesterday. And we want to just keep those channels between these people clear. And if you had some negative interaction with somebody, we want to clean that up so it stops affecting you. Because just because the situation stopped doesn't mean that the energy flow between the two of you has stopped. Right? So begin inhaling, and as you inhale, focus on that person. You're thinking of that person, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. And again, either that person or you can choose a new person. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths as you focus in on that person. And then just pause and be still. So you want to do this for a little while. What you're doing is cleaning up the flow of energy between people, and if you clean it up enough and it was negative, it falls away. Um, we use rue or St. John's wort to make things kind of fall away, but the etheric cords and the iron bark is more of a cleanser. And so both are good, right? It helps to unwind, helps to unwind you. Like I want to tell a story before we do the next little round. So in the my very early days, I took on an assistant to, like, when I was doing sessions all the time, I didn't have time to call back people who needed to schedule. I was always in session. And so I took on an assistant, and I kind of talked her through it, and I was like, look, after every time somebody calls you, you need to like release the cord, and and we talked through all that. And she was just a housewife. She wasn't into any of the stuff that we're into. So she kind of looked at me like I was a little bit nuts and said, yeah, okay, whatever. And she started working for me, and about a week into it, she called me up and said, I need to quit this job. Like, it's just not working for me. And I was like, okay, it's not always a good fit. And I said, but can I ask why? Was I like, rude or something? And she goes, no, you're fine. She goes, but like those calls after we're done, like I hang up and I keep thinking about the person, and like, 6 hours will go by, and they want to get in soon, and it's going to be a couple of weeks. And she's was saying all these things, and she goes, I just can't stop thinking about them. And I was quiet, and I go, it doesn't matter to me, but I'm just wanting to ask, did you release the cords the way that I told you? And she was quiet, and she went, no. And I go, well, that's kind of what that was for. And I said, let's do an experiment. How about you do one more day and you do the releasing of the cords the way that I taught you. And let's just see how that goes. And like in the middle of the next day, she called back and she goes, may I keep my job? Because like that whole thing was, she was feeling everybody's stuff. She didn't know them, but they had an interaction. And then the energy kept going back and forth, right? And so even though we might not be aware of these things happen. A lot of thought energy in our body is not ours. It's from other people or from the environment, the collective unconscious, whatever you'd like to call it. But here we can do something about the specifics of the people that we interact with. So let's do one more person. So choose a new person if you haven't already. And then again, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then just pause and be still. Just be still for a moment. And then again, focus on that same person. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Notice how you're starting to feel. Notice your body. Check in with your emotions and check in with your thoughts. Mm. And like, keep in mind, like, this isn't, you can just let go too, by the way. Yeah, I'm going to start talking and you're going to end up like, inhaling it for 20 minutes. Um, this isn't always about that it's a negative person. Like, say your partner has a stressful job, comes home, you guys are doing fine, but you're going to feel a little bit of the partner's stress, right? Or if somebody's been really grinding on your partner and, they're super angry or hostile, your partner comes home and they're fine, there's still that energy in their field. You're going to feel it as well, right? Not massively, but it's still there, right? And so, this isn't always about a conflict. This isn't always about, oh, this person was being mean or rude. It's just energy hygiene. It's nothing more than just cleaning everything up. So you're just dealing with your stuff and not other people's stuff. So we've done a few different people, but one of the things too is sometimes there's a group dynamic, or sometimes there's just a connection to a situation, right? Because situations can still kind of have an energy flow back and forth, just like it would with a person. So this kind of hits, like, say there's a group that you're doing something with, there's 4 or 5 people, it would clean stuff up with that particular group of people. And if there's an energy dynamic of that activity, it will also help clean that up as well, right? So say somebody has a very stressful project that they're doing, when you go home, you're not just connecting from people, you're disconnecting from like the project or that situation that's attached to stress. So I would keep this in the last, say, 24 hours, especially when you're working sleep. You want to kind of, unless there's some big situation going on that's just ongoing, I'd say the thing that you've interacted with in the last 24 hours, work, traffic, whatever it might be. Just think of whatever activity you've been doing.
Can it be a group of people?
Yeah, yeah, preferably a group of people. Yeah. It doesn't always have to be, though. You might have a project that just involves you doing something and interacting with people on the computer. It might be that you just have one person. It could be a group of people. Still work that situation, work that dynamic. You're thinking of the active situation and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Let's do that active situation again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Let go. Be still. Okay, let's think of a different situation. Try to do the last 24 hours. If it's further out, that's okay, but try to do the last 24 hours. Think about it, focus on it, and begin inhaling. And then pause and let go. How's this feeling for? We got to yawn out some. Let's do one more time. Active situation. Let's try to do that same one. Focus on it. And again, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then pause for a second. Now, when the chords are more negative, like say it's like some jerk at work, um, uh, this cleans up the chord and then helps to release it, like so that it's just kind of disconnected. But say it's like with your partner, if there was a conflict between you guys, even though there's good chords there can be some negative ones. It cleans those up, but it also cleans up the good chords. So part of what's happening here is you're cleaning up the stress and any negativity that that person might be feeling, that you're getting more from like a radiatory effect, like they're just radiating it out because those were their experiences of the day, and it's going to impact you a little bit. It's not directed at you, but you're still going to feel it, right? Kind of through like an energetic osmosis. But with people that are close to you, like friends and your partner and family or whatever, going through and doing this actually accelerates your ability to connect. So it deepens the connection. And so sometimes if it's even with a partner or something, you might feel a little disconnected from the partner because maybe, you both are doing stressful things, or you've both been distracted for a little bit. This helps to increase or improve the connection so that the wear and tear of daily life doesn't take its toll on you, right? So let's just do one last one. Anywhere where you think you need it, like a person, a situation, some event, wherever you think you need it, focus on that situation. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The goal would be for you to sit and just do this for like 10 minutes at night before you go to bed. So you're just kind of randomly thinking of just the different things that maybe even just popped up over the last day or two. I think that's about your 10th yawn. Good for you. And then just pause for a moment. Keep the bottle in your hand for a second. And then same thing. Think of wherever you need it the most, or just randomly think of just different things going on in the last 24 hours. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. And then just pause, be still. Check in with your body. How does your body feel? Your emotions. How do your emotions feel? And did your thoughts quiet down? Is there a tension that left? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Let's do this. Let's share experiences or ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Let's see how you did with this. Keep in mind, this is like something, it's not necessarily going to be the thing that knocks you out to make you go to sleep, but it undoes some of the things that might leave you a little agitated or give you a little insomnia, especially from the day. Anyway, let's go ahead and share experiences.
Go ahead, Peggy, then Zakia.
Hey, Peggy.
Hey, wow. I think you kind of got the missing link for me because there's so much going on in my life with me and my soul family, and we're all human. And so there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's tons of it is really incredible, but growth comes with distress sometimes.
Yeah.
And for me to do this at the end of the day, I sleep well anyway, but I think this is going to give me a level of just more intense peace.
Good.
Yeah, I'm real happy with this. Thank you.
So like something in your what you said kind of triggered something in my mind. Like one of the areas of chords, and this is going to seem very obvious, social media, especially when you're interacting with people on social media, or you've posted something on your Facebook or something and people see it, there can be these little chords. So actually, let's do a one on for social media. So pull out your oil again. Let's just do a little experiment.
That's excellent, by the way.
Yeah, it just dawned on me. Like I was like, duh. It's like ketchup in a squeeze bottle. Like brilliant idea. What took us so long, but so many years. You know, how many years did we do that? Right. Seems so obvious.
This
So you
is
have your oil. Think of like if you're not on social media, just think of something else, or you think of emails or text or whatever. But like for me, I'm not on social media. Like other people do the social media stuff, so I'm not the one doing it. But still, be it with Plant Prana or Astara, there's things that get posted more with Astara, and sometimes I have to actually clean up from stuff that got posted. You know, so think of social media, things you've posted or weird interactions that you might had, or just think of your Facebook page or whatever it is in general, and then take long, slow, deep breaths. How have I not thought of that before?
You're not on it.
Yeah, it just didn't dawn on me. Yeah. I think it's like the way she said so many people around, or so many things going on. It hit me, social media. Yeah, news is another one. Oh my God, the news is always just, yeah. And then just pause for a second. And then again, either your social media account or interactions that you've had, or things that you've seen in the news, however you want to do it. But do that long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. And then notice your body, your emotions, your thoughts. How did that feel? Did you feel anything?
Yeah,
You're-
not as much as yeah.
Yeah, you're not on social media very much. Yeah. And you don't really pay attention to the news either. Yeah, so go ahead and continue. Unmute yourself. Sorry, I went on a little tangent there. Unmute yourself or ask questions.
Go ahead, Peggy. You were talking.
Yeah, part two. And boy, that I was gonna say the other was the missing link, but you did it, Greg. You just did it.
Good.
Because I'm trying, as you know, to keep up with the world and what's going on, but also not let it upset me.
Yeah.
So I want to be informed but not engaged, or whatever. But this is the missing link part two. This is fabulous. So thank you on that. I've got etheric quartz. Are all the other 8 oils just as good? The rue or the what, or what do you think?
Yeah, they're all those are all kind of A choices. Etheric quartz for cleaning, and then Rue and St. John's wort are both pretty good. With the for purchase kit, we put in St. John's wort just because it also kind of cleans up the emotional and mental body better than some of the other ones that we'll use later in the processes. But all of those choices are A choices.
This great. Thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Linda.
Hey, Miss Zakia.
Namaste, everybody. How's everybody?
Good. How are you?
Good. So you sort of kind of just answered my question because it's going to be, because I work at NYU Medical Center, and in our department, risk rehabilitation, we deal with over 1,000 patients a day.
Right.
And
That's crazy.
my floor in my clinic, I interface with at least 400 people. And there's 25 of us in a department. So my initial question was going to be, if I have a few of my coworkers do the sustained inhalations with Rue, would it make them disconnect their negative
Yes.
to all the patients and interactions and scheduling and
Yeah.
fussing and distress of disease and traumatic brain injury? But you just answered that with Peggy's question, that if I have everybody in our department, if I give them a little bottle of Rue, that would just neutralize all the negativity, yes?
It would help reduce the negativity within the group. Like, you're dealing with people who are in need, in pain, you know, are probably upset, and you guys get bombarded with that
Yes,
stuff. And so the
but it would make us
combination,
better able to do our
yeah,
job,
oh, totally.
not carry the shit home.
And you wouldn't take, you know, it's not that you take it on, but there's a level of contamination that goes with that kind of
Yeah.
work that, you know, even when you're at the end of the day, it's a little more fatigue, it's a little bit more
Yes.
stress, it's a little bit more, you know, fill in the blank. And so I would say, yeah. And the other one that you might want to think about is hyssop, because hyssop would reduce the tendency of the body to absorb negativity from the environment or from people. And so like usually in business situations, I usually use rue and hyssop just interchangeably. Like I just have them go back and forth, because, you know, because it's not that anybody's doing anything weird or malicious. It's just like, it's the nature of the kind of
Yes,
work you're
yes.
doing. It's just, there's no way around that.
Yes.
And so,
What
you know,
I did last year was I gave a lot of our coworkers Palo Santo sticks just to put on their
oh,
desk.
yeah.
Because I would used to go in my boss's office and I would literally within 15 minutes feel the congestion in my throat from the energies in her office that she has to deal with. And I just gave her Palo Santo sticks and now it's gone. So I did that with 2 or 3 coworkers because I know what we deal with. And
Right.
it really dissipated. But as we started today's class, I was thinking about giving everybody a little 1-dram bottle of rue.
Right.
to
So
clean
how many
themselves up.
people
There's
are,
25 of us in our department, and we have 4 floors of 15 different disciplines in Rusk Rehab. So it's like massive.
okay, can you mute me for a second? Zakia, Samantha's gonna send you a message.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah,
so
keep me
thank you.
posted. Yeah,
Absolutely.
keep me posted.
Thank you.
And then go ahead, Linda, then Miguel.
Hey, Linda.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Well, I started working with the sleep stuff about 2 months ago with the ORIC programming, and I don't know if you remember how delighted
Yes,
I
oh,
was
yes,
about,
yes.
right? Okay, great. Well, you know what? In the last several weeks, it hasn't been working very well, and I've been getting pretty depressed about that because it's like, oh, it was working so well, and now I feel like I do all these things at night, and I
Mhm.
try and go to sleep, and I can't. I'm back to my old patterns again. And when we did the etheric cord thing just now, it, like Peggy, I think my light bulb went on.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
maybe
probably
this is a
is
missing
some of
piece.
that. Yeah. You
Yeah.
know, you interact with a bunch of people, you're doing healing, especially like anybody like in a healing modality, be it, you know, healers or doctors, psychologists, chiropractors, but also the person at the desk, like Zakia's doing the administrative stuff, like any version of that. Because I mean, you're dealing with people who are needing something, they don't feel good, you know, they're a little bit upset about it, and it's nothing about you, but it's just they're not always in crisis, but they're in kind of borderline crisis. You know, they're seeking healing or medical attention because something's wrong. And you know, it also could be human resources at a business, or you know, in a family, there's the go-to person in the family. Like when somebody has a problem, they go to this person and like talk it out or get things off their chest. And so it could be any version of that, you know.
Well, yes, and it's interesting because when we started off doing this, I was thinking, oh, come on, I already deal with chords. I don't have very many chords. I don't know what we're talking
Right.
about here.
Right,
But
right.
as we started doing, I started thinking about
Yeah.
all the different places I've been, all the different people
Yeah,
I've interacted with,
exactly.
you know,
Yeah.
and I was like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, there's a lot more out
Yeah.
here than you remembering or realizing.
And here's the thing too. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword, but like when you clean your energy body up, or you've been meditating or doing healing, your energy body is stronger. But so there's a back and forth with people, and like there's a little extra fertilizer that goes their way. So like if they're feeling stressed, sometimes because of like the displacement or the increase of energy flow, you might start feeling a little bit more of other people's stuff than you did before. And as the energy body refines, it's like you'll feel it, but you shed it. But there's always these like weird thresholds where you go like, I'm usually not sensitive, but I'm a little sensitive right now. And then, like I go through that about every 3 or 4 months where I'm completely not very sensitive. I can go into just horrible environments and just go, yeah, I feel fine. Like, I'll take a salt bath at the end of the day. And then there's times where like I can feel what the people in the grocery store are thinking. I have to stay home today. It's one of those things that we're not always a constant. And so in those times where I'm more sensitive, I'm more impacted by chords. And like that'll make me a little bit more agitated. So I usually practice the chord thing more diligently when I'm feeling sensitive. It's like every little thing seems like and so
Yeah,
you
this
know
week on Thursday, actually, I had a really interesting incident where a neighbor of mine was having a heart event, and it turned out she was having a heart attack. And and she was very panicky, obviously.
Sure.
But when I got with her, I became panicky.
Right,
And
exactly.
I couldn't get myself to relax enough to drive her to the hospital. So I ended up getting another neighbor to drive us to the hospital, and we made it all work out. But it took me like the rest of the day to like
Right.
reset,
Yeah. Perfect example right there.
Yeah.
That is a great example.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
this is great because I have etheric chords, I have Rue. Why do I not
Right.
think about it? So thank
Right.
you for
You're so
this.
welcome.
Yeah.
And the thing too is we're not always aware who is maybe thinking of us, grinding on us, projecting at us. And so sometimes it's not even things you're aware of. Like it's just
Yeah. And that's part of what
stuff.
I think I
Yeah.
just took away this morning was that, I just still tend to think about, well, I don't have any, negative interactions with people really. I don't have anybody mad at me. I don't have,
Right.
but like you were saying, it's like, but it could be all the good people in your life, all the
Yeah.
friends, all the,
Yeah.
and as I started thinking about that, I was like, oh my God, I interact with a lot of people. And quite honestly, recently I've not been feeling like doing healings for people. I've been feeling like not working on people. I've been feeling like backing away from all of that. And as we were
Yeah, see
doing this
that.
work this morning, I thought,
Yeah.
I wonder if it's
It's
this.
probably that because I would go through periods of that, and I would do like some cleanup. So sometimes it's that, sometimes it's a little sensitivity, and for me it would be a little bit of fatigue or burnout a little bit, and I'd get a good night's rest or two. But you're always pretty upbeat and everything, and you always sound like your energy levels are very high. So it's probably more contamination or the congestion of the etheric, the cords.
Yeah.
Because at some point it's like there's something there that needs to be resolved, but it's nothing for you to resolve. It's just other people's stuff. But at some point you're like, I need to take a break. This is getting too much,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, quite honestly, it even occurred to me that I need to do it around this work and you and the group and all of
Sure.
that, because
Yeah.
I have a lot of cords to everybody here in our group.
Yeah. I would
That's
say
the whole community of us, right?
anything in like anything you interact with, I would say you could do it for. Anything.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you. I'll
You're
keep it
so
up and we'll see what happens.
welcome.
And then go ahead, Miguel, then Teresa.
Hey, Miguel.
Go ahead and keep trying. I don't know if you meant to unmute earlier, so. Oh,
Hi.
yeah. Good.
Hey,
Yeah, hi Greg.
hey, how are you, Miguel?
I don't know if the echo, I try to block the audio of
No,
my
you're sound good on our
Okay.
end. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think this is a wonderful class. It just fits. I've been healing PTSD for many years, and always a deeper layer.
Yeah.
Here in Mexico, well, pandemic and all the stuff, and and also with clients, I think everything right now is just unwinding, and
Right.
thank you so much
You're so welcome.
for this class. I think I was also for uh, um, I think my quality of sleep has been getting better with
Mhm.
all the classes, but one of the most difficult is to get well rest and deep
Yeah.
recovery. I think this
Yeah.
class is gonna
Yeah. It
rock
should help.
my
Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah. Good. Good.
Yeah. So I'm start to feeling right now that
Oh, good.
yes.
Good. Good.
Thank you.
You're so.
Thank you, Greg.
You're so.
I was just I'm trying to say that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Lolly.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg. Well, the first um, thing we did, I fell asleep and then I woke up when you said pull out and do chords
Yeah.
for
Especially
social.
for
So it's
your work. Yeah. This would be bread and butter.
yeah. I do have a bottle of Rue that I actually have that I use all the time at night before I go to bed. Just a question that
Mhm.
came about as we were doing the last one. Is it possible that I have some cords around my left hip?
Oh, there could be cords anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
And if I were trying to shift it, what would I put my attention on if I don't know where it's coming from?
I mean, you can just like breathe the stuff that you're breathing and put your awareness on the body part.
Okay.
That's probably the easiest way. I mean, if there's cords there, it'd be helpful.
Okay.
If not, it's. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but it might not do, shift anything. But like you can get them to your um to body parts. Sometimes I always like kind of joke. Sometimes people are a bad shot. They're shooting for your solar plexus, but it ends up over on your liver, or
Uh-huh.
those kinds of things. But like going back to the days I'd work with athletes, like the runners, the triathletes, the cyclists, even there was a few tennis players. They would have a lot of cords from their opponents to their legs, like
Mm,
the knees, and because if you think about it, like that old saying of, you have an opponent, you're trying to take their feet out from under them. They're not necessarily thinking like, oh, but they don't want you to perform as well. So it goes to the area that they're trying to diminish the performance. And so
interesting.
a lot of times we go to legs and stuff. And so like in your setting,
Huh.
could be solar plexus, but you might even have cords up high, like on your throat and your ajna.
Oh yeah,
Because
I've
it's
always
more like mental body and people wanting you to get their idea and hear their idea, and you don't understand the information, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna hit you all up here. Yeah.
no, and I'm always clearing that. Today it just dawned on me that it could
Sure.
be what's going on in the hip around the joint.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, give it a shot. Yeah. It very well could be. Yeah.
And then two things I'll just share.
Mhm.
About a decade ago, I unplugged from Facebook and I was sick literally for 3 days.
Oh,
I
that's interesting. Yeah.
because I could feel all the energy
Yeah.
unplug.
Sure.
And then when we did the connection to that, I connected to all the video meetings that I'm in.
Yeah. Yeah. I laugh
So,
because that's probably a very good source.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, like they're flinging things.
Oh yeah.
But is there a significance maybe that would help me like tune into this around hips? I know
Mm,
some people think
like if
beliefs.
you look at it from the body mapping stuff, it has a
Mhm.
lot to do with the self, like self-esteem, self-image, and stuff like that.
Ah,
It's kind of like foundation of like who you are.
got it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
That lands for me. Perfect. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Lolly, and then we have a lot of shares in too.
Hey, Lolly.
Hi.
Hey.
So yeah, that felt amazing. Now
Oh,
I'm
good,
ready
good.
to go back to sleep. So I think I talked about it the other day as well, because I'm still in my mind trying to figure out, like I understand what Rue does, I understand what etheric chords does. So when dealing with people, like doing healings, so would that be beneficial to actually do both of them to make sure I'm
Yeah,
actually
it is kind of beneficial to do both of them. Like the etheric chords and the ironbark eucalyptus is a little bit more of cleansers. The etheric chords does have, I think it has both, a little bit of rue and a little bit
Yeah.
of St. John's wort. So it will clean more, but it will still eventually kind of cut things. But when you're really wanting to, I use the word cut just from the energetic point of view, but really what's happening is you're releasing the cord. And like anytime you go into like a deeper parasympathetic state, we're always talking about vagal tone and things like that. Part of your ability to release cords is tied to your ability to go into parasympathetic state. In that parasympathetic state, those cords release. They're tied more to the fight, flight, action oriented part of your nervous system. And so like the Rue, like Rue is in the sleep support, for example, like that is a component that helps push you into a parasympathetic state. I mean, we use other things mostly, but that's one. But Rue is especially good for conflict. Like if there's any sort of weird kind of conflict, and if we're looking at negative chords, even if it's not something that you're aware of, there's still some sort of conflict there. And St. John's wort will cut cords or release cords, I should say, as well. But it's not so much about resolving conflict with that one. It's about cleaning up the like the emotions and the mental the mental stuff and the instinctive responses. It just helps clean up the psychological components, and instinct is still more part of your physiology, but it's part of your physiology directly tied to the psyche. And so it cleans things up in that way. And so St. John's wort probably is a little bit better at cutting cords, but it's also like 5 times the price. So the reason why I don't talk about it that much is Rue is just as effective, a fraction of the cost, and it gets the job done. And the thing with the St. John's wort, it cleans things up a little bit better, but it's not 5 times better. You know what I mean? So I kind of went down the route of the Rue just to keep costs down for students and everything, but St. John's wort is still right there with it just because of its cleansing effect.
So thank you for that. So then basically at the end of the day, like really when dealing with so many people, so it's better to do the etheric chords and then go and do
Yeah,
Rue
and
as
then just a
well.
couple minutes of brew or something. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And during the day so pretty much each time kind of team them up together or
Yeah.
kind of
So like going down like the rabbit hole of what you're talking about. Like in the early days, I would do way more Rue. Like I was just like, it's all about just releasing the chords. And maybe for me at the time, it was about releasing those chords and everything. But as time goes by, I find that I get more of an impact from cleaning up the chords than I do from releasing the chords. So I would say for me, like cleaning the chords is probably, I do it probably 10 times more than I do like the Rue or the St. John's wort. I still go through and cut them a little bit or release them, but it's more about the cleanup. And the thing that I like about that is it releases the negative people or the negative influences from people, but the people that are around you that you are trying to connect with or maintain a connection, it helps keep that in a good place, and it actually even increases the potential for you to connect to a greater degree, where just releasing cords doesn't really have that impact. And so, like, you know, you might be interacting with a bunch of people, you want to shed their stress, but you also want to stay connected or increase the connection over a period of time. The etheric cords would be a much better workhorse than just working with the Rue and the St. John's wort.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
And but then when you're working with clients and you're doing healings, then with them you really want to cut cords, basically, when you're treating
Yeah,
somebody.
I would still do a little
You wanna-
I would still do a little bit of cleaning of the cords, just a little bit, but then you would just inhale the Rue to let it fall away. But you know, even in the back of the advanced book for MCKS, he says there comes a point where
Yeah.
the releasing of the cords becomes automatic. And again, it's the development of the vagal tone and the parasympathetic activity. The more that you practice getting your body into a deeper state of vagal tone, the more that those cords, even if they hit, they fall away a lot of times. So for me, you know, just because I'm always working the vagal tone, I usually only have cords stick from people when somebody is super upset at me, and it's usually somebody who's like a meditator, like somebody whose energy body is much stronger than the average person. Because even like, you know, so you go down to the store and say somebody gets upset at you or something, you'll feel it, but 15 minutes later it just falls away. And you know, at the end of the day, I used to have this whole big routine of cutting cords, you know, because of all the clients that I did. I don't ever do that anymore. Like I don't need to. Like we have our interactions, they just kind of fall away. You know, they don't. It really is less of a thing, and it's not about like, oh, development or this or that. It's literally vagal tone. If I have poor vagal tone, I have to cut those cords. If my vagal tone is good, they just fall away. And so, you know, practice that until the cords start falling away. But it will just be a matter of time, and probably a short amount of time, where the cords fall away. You just want to keep things kind of clean, you know.
Yeah. But then for the clients themselves, you would still do you would do more of the cord cutting
Yeah,
for them.
yeah, sure.
But then with all the stuff they have going on, you would do
Yeah.
that and then clean whichever cords they need to clean.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
But if you have them in person, have them inhale their cords
Yeah.
and you sweep them. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yourself.
Question, do salt baths do the same cleansing and releasing the cords?
If you do it with etheric cords or iron bark, it will have a very similar effect. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for offering this class. I have been really struggling the last couple of months with getting good sleep. Recently relocated and have an extremely active schedule for the summer. Looking forward to having a new nightly plant prana oil.
Oh, there you
routine.
go. Yeah, I hope this works. And if it doesn't, like, this should help quite a bit. But if it doesn't, email us and let us know, because there's other things. You know, I was talking out with Samantha. I was like, boy, we could do like how we did the lymphatic thing. We could do a sleep thing, but you know, we'll play it by ear. We'll see how things go for you guys, and maybe we'll make more information available or something. But this is like the heart of what you need to address for sleep. But there's all kinds of information about like sleep disorders, and you know, there's a bunch of sleep disorders. There's almost 30, I think, if I remember right, 30 or 40. I have them all listed. It's been a long time since I've looked at it, but you know.
I feel a lot of tension and release in the sacral region and solar plexus. I still feel some attachments around the navel region, specifically related to my businesses and money situation.
On the navel, that actually is probably a thought form. And so
They added it It is like I feel the blockage deep in my tissue and my belly.
Yeah, let me see that. And if you're sure it's about the business, think of the idea of the business or the image of the business. It is a thought form. You know, so sometimes it could also be competitors, it could be customers or clients. It could be tied to marketing, but that is a thought form. So yeah, like putting your awareness on the navel will help, but it would be better to put your awareness on the image of your business or you know, whatever idea you have of your business. See if that helps, because that would clean up, like if you have unconscious negative things, but more importantly, if other people are projecting things at the business or competitors or projecting things at the business, it will help clean all that up. Yeah.
They said the emotion coming up is a lot of frustration, like my inner child is screaming, feeling a lot of injustice.
Yeah. Do you think that's associated with the business, or that's just things going on in the world? That almost help would, I would say, like do that with the news or something, news or social media.
They said it's with my professional situation.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, do it with the image or just your career or your work, like focus on that. Yeah.
And just do the regular inhalations.
Mhm.
St. John's wort smells a lot better than rue to the hypersensitive smell folks. So my sister would be more likely to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, rue's a little bit of a acquired taste.
Which oil is best to clean cords for family? Are rue and ironbark better for cutting negative cords?
No, rue's for cutting, ironbark's for cleaning. Yeah. Ironbark's very good for cleaning. Etheric cords is a little bit better for cleaning, and then rue and St. John's wort are more for like releasing.
Would all the hyssops work for absorbing negativity? Any one of them best?
No, they're all pretty good.
Solomon's hyssop?
Solomon's hyssop would be there. I would say use just the plain single hyssops.
Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Let's get you unmuted.
I am. Here I am. Hey, is there something etheric cord wise I could do for my dental situation? I had an extraction yesterday to
Uh-huh.
get rid of that problem guy. But yeah, yesterday was such in a good place. I had a good meditation in the morning, even though work's been really kind of crazy. But just kind of surfing the gap, if you will, right? Just being trying to find that nice little smooth, like little area, right? But with this kind of with the extraction yesterday and the pain, and
Mhm.
it's kind of like I'm kind of all over the map again. Is there a way to from it?
Are you using galbanum at all? Are you using?
Galbanum? No, I am not.
Do you have some galbanum?
I do.
I like inhale it, a couple drops in the wrist, a couple drops in water. That will be a game changer for you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Like do that. If you have some black cumin, do a little bit of that internal. If you don't have black cumin, try like a chamomile or a yarrow or frankincense. Do frankincense.
German chamomile. Okay. Or
Yeah,
chamomile?
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Do a
So-
little bit of that internal, and like within an hour or two, you'll start feeling better.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
you keep me posted though.
All over the place now. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep me posted though.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, it's nice to not have the pain anymore, though, I gotta
Yeah.
tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was refreshing this morning. It's now just a dull ache as opposed
Yeah.
to
Yeah. I mean, you could think of your time in the dental chair, but some of that is just,
it's just
you
what
know,
it
they
is.
did things in your mouth with,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, yeah. It's like it's still even though it's a procedure, it's still an injury. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I used to tell, like, you know, not a big difference between a little like a little surgery on something and getting punched really hard there. Still both traumas. One's just planned, you
Right.
know.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Well, thanks.
You so.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone just making sure they heard, galbanum internal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Albumin internal as well
Yeah, you could do internal, topical, and
on the webs.
inhalation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. On the webs, on the wrist. You just need to get it into your system. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I used and did all kinds of present situations and people. It feels lighter, yet my lower back started hurting now. And there's a bit of discomfort in my hip area. Could it be related?
I mean, it's always possible. Yep, and a little back. Think there is like maybe some situation where there's some unconscious fear, and maybe think of that situation a little bit more and continue whatever what you might think it might be, and inhale it a little bit more for that, and it'll flush it out. But it's the lumbar tightened up because, like, you know, you're cleaning that up. That situation is making the body feel, or yeah, the body, the emotions feel unstable, and so that makes the lumbar tighten up. Like anytime there's, it's not instability, but like the feeling of instability, like, you know, you're not sure, or somebody's projecting something, or, you know, whatever it might be. When the body feels unstable, or the lower emotions feel unstable, the psoas tightens up to stabilize the low spine, because that's what the body does when it feels unstable, is it protects the lower spine. So
They said, okay, thank you. Yes, the lumbar area.
yeah.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Denise.
Hey, Zakia.
Hi, so one of my friend's husband had a spinal issue, and he had a rod put in his back maybe 2 or 3 years ago, but it hasn't gotten better. He's a teacher, and he's not been able to work at all this year because of the pain, and they're getting ready to possibly extend the rod. But listening to what you were saying to Dan about galbanum internal inhalations, might that be helpful for him?
Yes, galbanum, and then marjoram on the spine, even like a chamomile or a milfoil on the spine, helichrysum on the spine. But like I do like marjoram and like helichrysum, or marjoram and milfoil, or something, like rotate them. But galbanum definitely internally on the rest, inhalation, and then some sort of anti-inflammatory, you know, whatever it might be, you know, be it herbal, or, you know, black cumin, black seed,
Right.
frankincense, turmeric, you know, even a little ginger, like something to knock out some of that inflammation.
Okay, thank you.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, Greg. I had a massage yesterday and so my guess is oh gosh, my guess is that it aggravated sort of my neck because her headrest, there was something, it would just wasn't seated right. She's having a problem with it.
Mhm.
That as well as probably the energy because it's been years since I've had any kind of massage.
Sure. Yeah.
So how would I do that? Because when you brought up the dental chair, clearly I've
Yeah,
got to learn
you
how
just
to
think of
do
yourself
stuff.
in the massage chair and everything, but it might be also like just your neck got a little irritated like that. So, do you have some like spikenard or vetiver or something?
I do. I have both of those.
Like rub it up on like the side here and then on like the back of your neck, maybe a little bit on the sides, and that should really help eradicate some of it.
Okay, but energetically, the cords.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Are you
think
saying
of
that in that case, what would it be? I'm sorry.
just think of the massage or being on that table or your experience on that table.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then just
Think of
at that
yourself
point,
like you're laying on the table, your face is down the cradle, and you're like, this
yeah,
face cradle sucks.
yeah, that was
Like,
it.
think of that experience and then inhale and yeah.
But
do
that
that.
would be St. John's wort, right?
Yeah,
That would be
whichever one of those that you have. Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Here's-
And then black cumin's one you can take internally,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and is it one you would inhale as well?
Yeah, inhalation will good internal, much better. Yeah.
Inter
Yeah. Like 2-3 drops, like, a couple times a day even. Yeah. It will
I think,
greatly reduce inflammation.
and I think Melissa's like cycling back in. I can feel it.
Melissa's, yeah.
I just can feel that. I mean, just as we are talking, it just
Yeah.
must have come through you. Thank you so much.
I was surprised by how much movement there was at the Crown with the first person. The interaction, very positive,
Yeah.
was about 42 hours ago.
Yeah.
And then they go, I'm now realizing that I had some anticipatory thoughts, slight concern before we
Yeah.
met.
Yeah, there's that. And the thing too is it might not be, even if it's coming from the other person, it might not even be that person's thoughts. It could be that, 10 people at work are really upset at them. You're interacting with them. You get the energy exchange between them, but you also get a little bit of what they're dealing with at work. It's just the kind of nature of things. Yeah.
A little bit about what you were talking, just really quick. Someone's asking any recommendations on oils to improve the vagal tone.
Yeah, you can use tarragon, you can use marjoram, you can use sage, fancy things like tuberose and lotus. There's the blend vagal tone, even spikenard and vetiver.
Okay.
Yes, lemongrass. Yeah.
Great questions, great shares, guys.
Okay, so we'll take a break. We'll come back and we're going to do org programming. So we'll be back at 10 till. So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we're going to drop down to number 2, org programming. So in the list of oils to choose from, you had lemongrass, marjoram, tarragon, and then fancy things, tuberose and lotus. These don't work the program quite like the blend does, but at least it's close enough, right? So it will do something. And then the premium choice would be sleep support. Now, if you got the kit for purchase, did we do it?
Yeah, sleep support.
But did we make a body tonic for the? I can't remember what was in the.
We had Taggett
I think it's tarragon.
and Tarragon. Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
So there's a tarragon for the people who got the kit for purchase. There's a tarragon body tonic. This would be the time to put it on. Shake it up, and then cover the body. If you want to make a little bit of a body tonic for yourself, take some alcohol or witch hazel, put several drops of the oil in, and then rub it together, or put it in a little glass and stir it up, and then just rub it on the body. So for those putting on the body tonic,
For those who have the digestive class from last week, could they do their lemongrass body tonic?
sure, lemongrass body tonic would work, and yeah, that would work. You also had lotus from last weekend too. So if you had the choice, I would probably go fancy.
But this will be the time. And then where are we putting it on?
Just all over your body, at least your torso, your chest, maybe your back a little bit. But I like to do the arms and legs as well. So take a moment and go through and do that. If you have some body tonics, but they're not listed, something relaxing. Just put on something relaxing. And the other thing that I like to do before I do this, like this program for sleep, is something on your feet. Again, something relaxing. So in the purchase kit, if you got that, there is a little ounce bottle of Taggets that's in base of sesame oil. If you want to put something on your feet, something relaxing, spikenard, vetiver, marjoram, you know, even something like lang lang, lavender, frankincense. Find something relaxing, you know, preferably with a little lotion or massage oil, but if not, as long as it's okay on the skin, put some on your feet and just rub it in. Rub some oil into your feet.
And if you're wondering, like, if you don't have a body tonic or an ointment or anything like that, up at the top of this workbook, we actually have the different methods of application, and Greg says how to do those. So if you need to go up there, you can see it. I'm gonna post what we have on the website as well, but you can just easily look at the workbook as well. So just take a minute to do that, guys. Someone's asking, will this enhance the art programming?
Yes, it will.
Someone's asking if they have the Bagel Tone Body Tonic.
Yeah, oh yeah, that would work. That would totally work. Yeah, just didn't make the list. That would totally work. Yeah, good choice. Hey, I think everybody's pretty good, yeah.
I'm sure they are.
Okay, so now let's talk about the ORIC program. I know many of you have had the ORIC programming class, and you know, we have an ongoing thing with that, but you know, we have this whole avenue of all these different aspects and components of the aura. And the aura is the energetic mold or blueprint that your physical body follows, right? So you're swimming in this energy around your field, and some of it has to do with your anatomy, some of it has to do with physiology or processes, and some of it has to do with cognitive function or cognitive processes. The ORIC program is a byproduct of anatomy, which is the structure, physiology or processes, which is like the functions of things, and then the cognitive processes associated with that, right? So for example, if you have a lot of stress thinking, that is going to impact the ORAC program. If you have body processes that are off, like say an imbalance in friendly bacteria in the gut, right? So that means some of the processes are off in the digestive tract. That's going to impact some ORAC program somewhere, right? Then if you have physical blockages in the anatomy, or structure, because sometimes we're not talking about the body, we might be talking about something that's more psychological or something that's a little bit more esoteric. It's still about the form, right? Whatever blockage is in the form. So even if you're looking at like, oh, I'm going to work with angels, right? And you do the angel support from the ORAC class. The form there would be your thoughts, your attitudes, your opinions, your past experiences, your agenda. All of these are a form in the mental body. If you don't understand any of this, it's just a program that runs in your body that you're materializing something into your body, your emotions, and your mind, but you're also materializing something outward, attracting the things that you bring into your life. So the materialization actually goes both ways. When you're working the ORAC programming for sleep, for example, you would be helping to shift the anatomy, the physiology, the cognitive processes, but more importantly, the byproduct of those things, right? You're helping to shift that. But you're also helping to shift how you interact with the environment that keeps you from being able to go to sleep, right? So like say you have an interaction with something that gets you a little agitated or a little worked up or a little excited or stimulates a lot of mental activity. By working this aspect of the ORAC program, it would diminish the tendency for you to have that kind of reaction where it would impact sleep, right? You could almost say like it helps you to detach, like you'll still be able to engage it, but then you walk away and it's time to lay down, you're able to let it go, right? So again, sleep support is the premium choice here, but use one of those things listed, and we're going to do the standard approach and we're going to do the advanced approach. And I hadn't put out, I have an herbal tincture for sleep support too, that you can just do droppers instead of even doing a process like this. We just hadn't put it on the site yet, so I didn't include it in these notes. But it's different than, it's not just oils, it's like an herbal version of it. It's different herbs than are what in the sleep support itself. Okay, so right now, just take some long, slow, deep breaths, not even directed in anywhere. Just get kind of connected with the oil. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. And so now we're going to focus on the 4 quadrants of the aura. So we're working the energy that's outside of your body, but we need to anchor our attention somewhere to affect that. So we'll be putting our awareness on different parts of our body, left side of the body, down the front side of the body, the right side of the body. And it's not about the body, it's about keeping your attention there so you affect that part of the aura, right? So it's not so much about where you're putting your attention on your body and how deep, it's just focus your attention there so you work the energy outside that aspect of the body. So the very first thing you're going to do is the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs, your left hip, down the outer left leg, all the way down to the left outer ankle. Your awareness is on the whole left side, head to ankle. So take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the left side. And then move your awareness to the front side of your body. So face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs, down to the tops of your feet. So head to the tops of your feet. And then let's just be still for a moment. You've done the left side, you've done the front side. Let's do the right side of the body now. So right side of the face and neck, the right shoulder, the right ribs, the hip, down the outer leg, all the way to the right ankle. Ninjas, be still. Just be still. Now let's do the back side. Back of the head, neck, the upper back, the mid back, lower back, the back of your hips, down the back of your legs, your hamstrings and calves, all the way to your heels. And then just be still. Just be still. Okay, so that's the basic idea for the standard, but we're going to do the advanced, which is a little bit more involved. Okay, so you're still going to use that same oil. And now we have a little bit of a process we're going to do. Okay, so again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Head to ankle, all along the left side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Now, you're going to move your awareness to the back side of the body. We're going in the opposite direction here. This helps to break down the pattern that's in the aura. The other direction that we did in the standard, it's fortifying, like a positive aspect of the pattern. This one's a little deeper. So you're on the back side of the body, head to heel, the whole back side. Now you're moving your awareness to the right side of the body, right side of the face and neck, the right shoulder, ribs, the right hip, down the outer leg. And then you're on the front side of the body, down the whole front side, face and throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of the feet, head to the tops of the feet. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Now, if we look at the aura, the energetic, like kind of mold or blueprint that's around the body, the lowest part of the aura, which is from the knees down, is usually the dirtiest. It's usually the heaviest. Part of this is it's because it's it's associated with the lower part of your body, yes, but it's also the part that's interacting with the earth. And the energy of the earth is a real dense energy, or prana. And so the lower part of our aura has the tendency to be kind of the heaviest, you could say. right? So we want to clean that up a little bit more so we can release even deeper. So you're going to use that same oil, and now your awareness is on the knees, especially the back of the knees. But at least hold your awareness on your knees. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your knees. Move your awareness to the ankles. Your awareness is on your ankles, especially the front of your ankle, but at least on the ankles themselves. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the soles of your feet. And then just be still. We're going to do the standard approach, which is more of the fortifying effect. So it's built into this process. So again, your awareness is on the left side of your body, the whole left side, head to ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the front side of your body, your face and throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. You're on the right side of your body, head to ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back side of your body, back of the head and neck, your upper and middle back, your low back, your hips, down the backs of your legs, all the way to your heels. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and be still. And this last little piece has to do with the physicalization of the energy, the somaticizing of the energy. So we want to always be attracting good, healthy energy to physicalize in the body. So here, your awareness is on your brain. And then just pause and be still for a moment. I was hoping that would be the case. And then the awareness is on the spine. And as you inhale, try to relax your spine the best that you can. Try to keep your awareness on the whole spine. If not, do it in chunks. But your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Release it, let it go. Just be still for a moment. Now, begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain and your spine at the same time. Your awareness is on the brain and the spine at the same time. And then just be still for a moment. Your awareness is on the brain and the soles of your feet, both at the same time. Brain and soles of the feet, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're going to keep doing this, but as you inhale, raise your awareness up into your lower leg just a little bit. And then as you exhale, lower your awareness down into the earth. So your inhale, moving your awareness up, you're exhaling, moving your awareness down. If that seems too hard, then just keep your awareness on the brain and soles of the feet at the same time. And then just be still. Check in with your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Okay, let's share experiences and ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. How is this treating you so far? Now, keep in mind, the standard approach is something you would do daily, right? The advanced approach, I'd say do once a week, right? You're setting an energetic pattern. But if you sit and just do the standard approach, again, could be a little 10, 15 minute thing you do right before bed, but you're setting the energetic pattern in your aura for the physical body to follow that is associated with you having deeper sleep or better restful sleep. So best done over a period of time rather than just in times of crisis. Like if you do this on a regular basis, you're training your body to rest consistently.
And yeah, go ahead, Miguel, then Teresa. I think I made it so you guys can unmute. Yeah.
Hey, Miguel.
Hi, Greg. Thank you.
Hey,
This
how's
is
this
amazing.
treating you? Yeah, is it treating you good?
Yeah, very, very good.
Good.
I think I get the image of I'm working with the issue of hair loss for many years, but these past months, like I don't know, a little bit too much. I
So a bit
was
too much. So keep
yeah.
doing this because like your body reboots and like, you know, because sometimes it can be endocrine, sometimes it's the nervous system, but it's also can be stresses in the body. And
Mm.
so, and the stresses could be environmental shifts and changes, right? And
Mhm.
so one of the things I would do is keep doing this, but get some form of collagen. You know how like you go to the health food store and you could get little chews or a powder or a couple of capsules, like some form
Right.
of collagen, and take
Yeah.
the collagen, and within a couple of days the hair loss will, because like I go through periods where my hair is fine, but I can just touch my hair and like the hair will come out in my hands,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like when you use the collagen within a day or two, that'll stop.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
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 because I was thinking, okay, I think the sleep of tonight is gonna heal many stuff of
yeah.
related
It
to
it,
that.
it should be helpful. Yeah. The other thing is like sometimes on the scalp, sometimes like little hormones get stuck in the like the pores. And so a little bit of sage in your shampoo might help. But
Okay.
a big one is even though you might not feel stressed, your body feels stressed, and stress will settle in the scalp. And
Yeah,
so,
but
mhm,
I got a little itchy scalp this past few days. I
right.
I was connected in, I don't know
Yeah,
if Q&A, and with the vinegar I start trying also,
right.
and it diminished
Okay,
very
good.
greatly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa, then Barbara.
Hey, Miss Teresa.
Hello. That was really interesting. So I'm curious about this. When we did it the first time, just the basic,
Mhm.
when I was doing the front from like the waist down, it was like cement. It was hard moving
Yeah,
through the
yeah. I hear you. Yeah, that lower part, it's always the heaviest. That's always like sometimes it's not even that it's like dirty, it's just like heavy, And the thing is if we are like having a lot of stress energy at work, and it doesn't always have to be your stress, but if you look at the energy body, yes, it hits chakras, yes, it hits the internal organs, but as far as the aura, it's usually down at the bottom. It's that
Huh.
lower part. And so I remember like this is many years ago that I was going through this really kind of stressful period. And it wasn't so much, it was like a lot of weird stuff going on around me. And it was taking its toll. And I could never get out of like feeling restless, like and there was nothing for me to resolve or something, but I was just around situations that were unresolved, and nothing I could do about it. It really didn't even impact me. It was just people and situations around me. And so what I did was I started just cleaning, like rubbing oils from the knee down. It was just like, let's just clean the aura up. And I think I was rotating between spikenard and sandalwood. And within 2 or 3 days, I was sleeping like a baby. All the agitation went away. And it's basically I just cleaned up the lower aura. That's all that really happened.
Okay. That's great. I've never experienced that before in any of the programs that we've done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if you rub spikenard on your feet, for example, and you do it every day, part of it is you're cleaning up your lower aura and you're changing the stress response. You're calming the stress response down. And if you do that every day, you'll notice like within a few weeks, things that would really like make you tailspin, you're like, yeah, that's stressful. Like, but like, you still are in those stressful situations, but you're not quite having, because a lot of stress reactions are body reactions. And then eventually your emotions and your mind kind of catch on. But the initial thing is usually the physical stresses. And so you might not be stressed out emotionally or mentally, but think of stress like you're at work and you go into a situation that's really chaotic. You're not even involved. You might be having conversations with people, or you're helping, like in your case, to mediate something. Emotionally, mentally, you're fine. But because you're in this chaotic environment, this chaotic situation with everybody, your body feels that stress and has a reaction to the chaos. And so
Mm.
your body will have a tremendous stress response, where emotionally and mentally you're like, I'm good. Like I don't have an issue. I don't feel the need to do anything, but your body is like, 911. You know, like
Yeah.
I've had that happen many times. Like there was this one situation where, you know, I would go in for 3 or 4 hours emotionally, mentally. I it's not even that I was like not stressed about it. I didn't even know that it was an issue. And the situation was very chaotic. And when I would leave and go to my hotel room, I was like, I could barely keep my eyes open. Like I was just, it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, ugh. And I was like, why is that? Is it like, you know, am I having some sort of weird reaction? I sat and I looked at it. It was just a bunch of body stress, you know, but the thing that I was going in to help was really chaotic. And so the byproduct is my body had a reaction. You
Yeah.
know?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do know.
Yeah. And the thing was, in that particular project, I had an assistant, and the assistant was saying the same thing. Like he was saying, like, you know, we'll be in there. Well, as soon as we walk out, he's like, I could barely drive away. I could barely keep my eyes open. And it was just because it was such a weird, chaotic situation.
Mm. Amazing. Well, thank you.
And then-
Okay, Greg.
And then go ahead, Barbara, then Ralph.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. Thank you for this.
Yeah, how's it treating you?
Well, I'm wondering about the connection between these two segments overall, because as soon as we started with the standard pattern, two of the situations and one of the people we'd worked on with the chords were just in my head, and one of them was particularly hard to drop. And I wondered if there's a connection between trying to flush that out of the aura and it
Yeah,
was-
so or if there's something that needs to be processed or resolved, or it might be bringing something into the psyche, you know, because like you're working the sleep, so you're starting to go into more of that intuitive state. And so, you know, dream processing, active imagination, symbolism, all those things start to become more activated. And so it could be bringing to your awareness aspects about that person and situation that might need to, you know, you might need to be aware of to resolve it or handle yourself better, or you could just be processing to let it go, like in your sleep.
Okay, that
Yeah.
really fits, because one of these is a situation that's often in my mind, either
Right.
before I go to sleep or
Right.
when I wake up, and there's a little bit of a habituation around it, so we know
Right.
it's kind of entrenched, which is why I chose it to work on. But
Right.
it popped in there, and I just like, oh my gosh, couldn't
Yeah.
let it go. But I just
I
hope
would
that the
say,
process
like,
unfolded.
lean into it, like think about it before you go to bed, and then try to sleep your way through it. Like, you know, like sometimes it's either it's going to get released, or you come up with some resolution or some direction where you might find resolution through like dream time.
Okay, thank you. That's not an approach I would have.
Yeah.
That
You know, like think of Edgar Casey. Like people would present him with problems, he'd go, okay, let me go to sleep. He'd wake up and he'd come back with a problem. You know, that's a thing that I was telling this story the other day, where a couple of different CEOs that I would do work with, you know, consulting or whatever, and like I could tell that they were clairvoyant, and especially this one, I'd go, "You're clairvoyant." And he's like, "Nope, nope, not clairvoyant, nope, nope." And I was like, "Well, let's use the word intuitive." And he's like, "Nope, not intuitive. Not, I don't do anything." He would make the point. He's like, I'm very logical." Like, you know, he didn't want to deviate from the logic. But then he would tell me a story. He goes, "Yeah, sometimes when I have a problem, I think about it, and then I go to bed and I wake up and I have the solution." And I go, well, that's intuition. He goes, no, that's logic. I go, how did you get there? And he goes, well, I thought about it and I went to sleep. And then in the morning, I just came up with a logical solution. I go, I understand. Like, we have this whole like who's on first kind of conversation. And it's like, okay, let's whatever we call it, where it is what it is. But that's what happens sometimes in our sleep is the thing that, for one, when you're laying down and relaxing, things that are unresolved or might be an issue, you become more aware of because you don't have the distractions of the day.
Oh.
And so two, you can also go, okay, if this is a thing, I keep thinking about it at night, let's just lean into it, think about it, induce really deep sleep, and don't see if I either release it or I start coming up with a resolution or at least a direction to find resolution.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Ralph, then Jake.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how
Um,
are you?
I'm doing good. I've been doing sleep support, the standard approach, for a couple of days now. I fall asleep pretty quickly, but I'm still waking up at my normal 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So
What we do
on this,
after,
yeah, go ahead.
what we do after lunch is going to help you with like staying asleep.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
But so my question was going to be on this page with B1 and 2. First off, on B1, you had mentioned thought forms, and now I understand thought forms as if we see a picture, if we read a story, if we think of a bank account, those are all thought forms, correct?
Yeah, those would be thought forms, but also like the image, like if you're thinking of like the image of your business or your Facebook page or even the idea of like an industry has like kind of a giant thought form around it. If you look
Okay.
at like politics, each political side kind of has like a giant thought form that's associated with it. So it's not always about us. It can be like a bigger thought form. Like I think the person that was filling it in the navel, it looked like it was something to do with their work, and it could have been directed specifically at them, or it could be that they're just tapping into a stressful or really competitive like industry, and that those thought forms are impacting the navel. Like a lot of times when you feel something in the navel, it's like a thought form or group thought or something that's being projected at you, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And nonetheless, going through and cutting these thought form chords, I'll call them, for lack of a better term.
Cleaning and cutting, like like if we go back to like your story about how you're in an industry and then it changed dramatically, you could think of that industry, do the purification so that you kind of release that energy from, even though it's gone and you've moved on, there's still a connection to that like kind of group thought or group thought form. It just allows you to like disentangle a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then on part number 2 here,
Mm-hmm.
the using the body tonics and the oils on the feet to relax.
Mm-hmm.
Those also might be very helpful in the sleep support, using the sleep support process.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. It will enhance the sleep support process. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to after lunch then.
Good.
And then go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Jake. How are you?
Hey, Greg. Good. How's it going? Hey, everybody. So
Hey,
I'm
so
sure.
what's the temperature where you're at? I know it's
Oh
been super
boy,
hot.
it's already it's in the hundreds. Probably not yet today. It's probably mid 90s right now,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's getting to be
Yeah.
that season.
Yeah, no joke.
Yeah. So I've asked this question before, or at least I feel like you've explained this before, but I was wondering if you could expound on the benefits of when you say like we do like a protocol and then you say, okay, just like let it soak in or let it like relax. Like sometimes I have trouble like taking a break and like calming down. Like I just want to like keep smelling or keep inhaling or like keep doing things. So
Mhm.
like I have trouble like calming down a little bit. So like
Right.
what's the benefit of
Okay.
taking that break?
So what you're doing is you're playing with focus and awareness, right? And so by focusing, like you're focusing, you're inhaling, you're focusing, like say we're doing a TheraCords, and you're thinking of a person, you're focusing, you're inhaling, and then when you let go, what you're doing is you're letting go of the focus and you're letting go of everything, and you're just letting your awareness or your consciousness expand. So really what you're doing is you're training the intellectual mind to be able to focus, do what it needs to do, but then let go. And when it has a problem or a situation or needs something to be released, it kind of is flexible enough to let that slide over into the intuitional mind, and then intuition will go through and clean those things up. Like intuition helps to release like thoughts or emotions or even energy, and then it also is the problem solver or the innovator. And so what you're doing is you're going, as you focus, you're doing left brain, and then you go right brain when you let go, and then you go left brain, and then you go right brain, and then you go left brain, and you go right brain. And so for one, you're balancing out the cognitive functions, but you're also working the creative energy to bring in something positive and to flush out something negative. And so just continuing to inhaling, it feels good, but even if you give it just a little bit of a break, it actually will amplify the times when you go through and inhale. Just like if you're doing a mantra and you go like om, 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 that's good. But if you start going om with a little bit of a break, in that gap or in that break, there's energy that is generated. And so then when you go back and you say om again, it becomes stronger. And so like taking the little, it doesn't even have to be a long break. It can be a little short break. Like even just like, you know, sometimes it's like 20 seconds or 30 seconds. And then I was like, okay, do it again. It's to generate more of that impact, but you're also training the brain like how to interface with that situation.
Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. That makes
Good,
sense.
good. How is your sleep, by the way? How do you?
Not great.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I think this will help a lot of, like, it's not the cause of the gut stuff, but it will
right.
help your gut somewhat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
All right, great. Thank you, Greg. Thanks, everyone.
So this one came in right before we started the process.
mhm.
Why, when trying to cut the cords to a difficult situation, I had and still have a heaviness in my chest that makes it difficult to breathe. It's not serious, just uncomfortable.
Do you think there's things being projected at you, or, I mean, it could be that the person's upset or hurt or whatever, or that as you're releasing, there could be like you feel a little hurt or a little upset. And sometimes it could be, I'm not saying that's what it is, I'm just giving you choices. Sometimes also it can be something that you're integrating, but it might be something that's like you said, a little heavy or a little negative. So like, oh, the situation's not going to work out well, or oh, I thought that was a better friend, or oh, there's just no resolution with these people at work. You know, it could be, you know, depends on your situation, but yeah.
My calves, different person, obviously. My calves were hurting until that final breath up my lower legs and back down, projecting gold on my feet into the earth. I know that was a little extra to the directions given, but that's what I did, and the pain in my calves went away. And I also stopped rocking in my chair and was experiencing real stillness, even though it was brief.
Okay.
Seems like I heard spikenard is good to rub on the feet before meditation.
Meditation before bed. In the evening, you're just wanting to relax. After you get out of a salt bath. Yeah.
I'm curious about invoking archangels when doing the directions with the oils.
Archangels are doing something a little bit different. So I'd say for right now with this process, let this process be, because we want to focus on the things that we're doing. Later in other works, we can do archangels, but they're doing something a little bit different. So
Can you take sleep support internally?
I wouldn't take sleep support internally just because it does have some roux in it, but I have an herbal sleep support that we're going to have in the newsletter, and taking the tincture is almost the equivalent of doing this process. Like, you can do it without doing the whole process, or you can do them both together. But if you're going to do it internal, do the herbal tincture that we'll be putting on the site for. Yeah.
This has been so relaxing. I felt my whole body relax. My problem is about once a week, I struggle to fall asleep.
Yeah.
It can be 4, 5 a.m. before I fall asleep. Is there a particular segment I should do when I feel it's going to be one of those nights?
Probably the stuff that we're going to do after lunch. And we're going to deal with non-REM and REM, and the stages of non-REM, especially that first stage for falling asleep, is a big one, because there's 3 levels of non-REM that we'll be talking about. And that first stage on NREM 1 is more about like light sleep, falling asleep, things like that. But each one of them is a different kind of stress impacts those pieces. And falling asleep is usually mechanical stresses. Like, one of the things that has to happen, one of the targets for you to be able to fall asleep is muscles in your body relax. And even if the skeletal muscles relax, sometimes it's your digestive muscles or the respiratory tract, something like that. And so what happens then, you're not able to let go and fall asleep. And so, like, you could call it like a little bit of agitation in the body, but it's usually like some form of mechanical stress. Deeper levels of stress, we'll talk about it as we go through, but there are like kind of an area where there's psychological stresses, like mental stresses. And it could just be mental processing, like you just have been thinking about a bunch of stuff. Like, there's certain books that I won't read at night because I won't be able to quiet my mind to go to sleep. Like, I'll keep thinking about the book. And so that would fall under mental stress.
As you're speaking, someone said, I wake up at 3 a.m. every night, like clockwork. Could this protocol help me
Yeah.
stay asleep?
Yeah. Because that's some form, I know there's the thing in Chinese medicine where they say the different organs will have an impact, but also if you look at it from a physiological point of view, that's adrenaline or cortisol's being generated. And so it's part of when you wake up in the morning, there's a little bit of adrenaline that brings you out of your sleep to get you up out of bed and get you moving. It's not like fight flight level, but it's a little bit of like, here's some endocrine version of coffee, like get you out of bed. And so one of the reasons why rosemary is good for waking up in the morning is it increases blood flow to the head, but it also is very fortifying to the adrenals, and it kind of helps with those mechanisms. And so what's happening is that mechanism is being triggered too early in your body. So we need to lengthen the sleep time for that to calm down.
Is there one oil better than another for this issue?
We're going to be doing processes after lunch about that.
What is the impact of the magnesium in the spikenard magnesium ointment? And is it okay to use for this process?
Yeah, it just helps to relax the body more. Yeah. Magnesium is also good for any sort of like stress. So like here we're talking about mechanical stress or stress of displacement, which is stress of displacement is usually what people call stress. You know, you're displaced out of your idea, your perception, your normal ways of doing things. And so it causes a stress response. And so magnesium is also anti-stress. Yeah. So, okay, so we're gonna break for lunch because the next process will take a little while. So we'll come back at 1:45 and we'll do non-REM, REM work after lunch. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're on page 5, letter C, and we're starting to work with the stages of sleep. So we're dealing with non-REM, which is NREM, and then REM, which is rapid eye movement. And so we basically cycle through non-REM stages and then REM stage, right? And so this first is tied to like falling asleep and that light sleep that happens right in the beginning. So when you go through these 3 stages of non-REM, you're also releasing a kind of stress. And this first NREM, which is NREM 1, you're releasing mechanical stresses. You know, going back to what we were saying before, like to fall asleep, like your body has to relax, muscle tension has to be released, you know, your body's letting go. And so in this first component, what you're flushing out is mechanical stress. So stresses from the body. You're stimulating processes in your physiology for you to fall asleep. But part of what makes that work is it's flushing out a certain kind of stress. Again, here we're flushing out mechanical stresses, which is tied to, you know, the wear and tear in the body, you know, areas not functioning well, you know, back pain, hip pain, you know, any of those kinds of things. So we're going to go between non-REM and then REM. So when you go back and forth like this, it really deepens the sleep mechanisms. When you're working REM, you're flushing out the energies that have been attracted that cause the body to degenerate. And so we're going to be going back and forth. So right off the bat, we're going to do non-REM 1. And here, there's not a lot of choices, but there's Kava, Melissa, and St. John's wort. And so for those that got the for purchase kit, you have St. John's wort, but you don't have one of those 3, then use something that's a bit relaxing, especially to muscles. Okay, so I'll give you a minute to kind of pull that together. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. And let's go ahead and get rolling. So you have your Kava, Melissa, St. John's wort, or your alternative. You're beginning to inhale. Your awareness is on the left side of the body. Left side of the face and neck, the left shoulder, ribs, the hip, down the outer leg. All the way down to the ankle. Nice, long, slow Deep breath. Now do the front side of the body. The face and throat, the chest, the abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the legs, all the way to the tops of their feet. Awareness is on the right side of the body, down the right side of your face, your neck, your shoulder, ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg, all the way to the ankle. Mm. The thing that's nice about this too, especially with the St. John's wort and the Melissa, bit with the kava as well, is it also kind of cleans up the mind. You know, if you have like stressful thoughts or repetitive thoughts, it hopes to kind of clean that up and release it a little bit. And now your awareness is on the back of your body, back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, hamstrings, calves, all the way down to your heels. Hmm. I'm gonna be up back to like after 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah. And then just be still. Notice how your body feels. Yeah, we should. You could take some to your friend. Now, we're just gonna go through them once, but if you were sitting down to do a little bit deeper work before sleep, you could work this one to help you fall asleep a little bit better. Right? So here we're gonna continue with that same oil, but now we're gonna be working a bit of the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, which is rest and repair. And your awareness is on the back of your head. You're inhaling with your awareness on the back of your head. So opposite the area between your eyebrows on the back side. Your awareness is on your forehead. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. So when we Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then your front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. And then just be still. Does that make it? Again, just stay pure. Now, letter C is about REM. So here we're going to go back and forth between B and C just a couple of times. So first you're working non-REM, then you're working REM. So unfortunately here, there's not a lot of choices. There's Artemisia. If you don't have Artemisia, I mean, there's some C choices, but I mean, let's see if you have Artemisia, and if not, we'll try to come up with something. But I mean, you could just use something relaxing. There's not really a good C choice. I mean, B choice. Like maybe do Chocolate Root Cleanser or Splendor or something like that. Yeah. You don't have that, maybe lemongrass. Okay, so now you're on your back head again. Your back head, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart. Keep in mind, as we're doing this process, you're flushing mechanical stresses out of the body. Like if your body's misaligned, your liver's not functioning well, or your lungs aren't functioning well, you have digestive issues. All of these things generate mechanical stress. And then your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. So the other thing you can use this for is just taking tension out of the body. Like you have an injury, a bad back, knee, you injure your foot, your shoulder. This is a way to take tension out of the body so it can accelerate deeper healing, especially while you sleep. Okay, pause and be still. You can see letter D is just repeating those last two steps. So you're just gonna be still for a moment. Does that make Okay, so let's go back to the Kava, the Melissa, the St. John's wort, or whatever choice that you had. Your awareness is on your back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your forehead, your awareness is on your forehead. And then the back heart. Awareness is in the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the front heart. I know for myself, when I do this particular first NREM, it takes the tension out of my back. Not all of it, but a decent amount. Your awareness is on the front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front heart. Just pause and be still. And again, you're going to grab your Artemisia or whatever your B choice was. And again, back head. Awareness is on the back head. Move your awareness to the forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And the front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. And then just be still and let it go. You feel you could fall asleep right now. Okay. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. Well, this next stage, stage 2, is where we spend a good portion of our sleep time. And so with this, we're going to be going a bit deeper. This is what we've done in the past where we go back and forth between mugwort and Artemisia. And so again, mugwort is the premium choice here. If you don't have mugwort, I mean, still probably your best bet is like chakra root cleanser, splendor, allostasis maybe. Okay, so you have your mugwort or your alternative. You're on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck. You have ribs and hip, down the outer leg. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front of your body, your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, your pelvis, down your legs, tops of your feet. On the front side of your body, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Head to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, your ribs, your hip, down the outer leg, the outer ankle, the whole right side, head to ankle. The back side of the body, the whole back side. And then just be still. Just be still. You're still using that same oil. Your awareness is on the back of the head. Awareness is on the back of the head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. Hey, Samantha has left the building. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And the front heart, center of your chest. Now pull out your Artemisia or the alternative that you're using. Just be still for a moment. Begin inhaling with your awareness on the back head with your Artemisia or your replacement. Awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the front heart. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. And then just be still. You're just being still. Let's go back to the mugwort. Your mugwort or your alternative. You're inhaling Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on the forehead. In the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Awareness is on the back heart. Move your awareness to the front heart. Awareness is on the center of your chest. Just let go. You have your Artemisia or whatever you were using as a replacement. Your awareness is on the back head. Your forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. Your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. and your front heart. Just be still. Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll do stage 3 and REM. We'll come back at 5 after. Hey, everybody, come on back. So NREM1, stage 1, this is associated with falling asleep and being able to let go. And you're dissipating what we're calling mechanical stresses, stresses of the body. Areas in the body that are having a difficult time, wear and tear on the muscles. Like if you stand for long periods of time, you generate mechanical stress, things like this. You have a hip elevated, an injury, a shoulder elevated or rotated. All of this generates mechanical stress. In the extreme, this would also generate traumatic stress. Now, in NREM2, you're dealing with the stress of displacement. This is what most people call stress. It's like you're in a place of balance, you're in a place of doing your normal thing, and something comes along and pushes you out of your balance or out of your comfort zone. So this is stress of displacement. In here, this is also associated with not necessarily traumatic stress, but just also trauma itself. So these can be changes in perception, injury, hurt feelings, things like this. A lot of times this is the area that gets impacted, right? Now, we're going to NREM 3 or stage 3. So this is where restoration and recovery kind of take place. So this is, we're going to hit this state when the body does a reset or a reboot, right? Now, the energy here is mental stress, so a lot of mental processing, a lot of repetitive thinking. All of these things are byproducts of mental stresses. I also would refer to this as stress of fixation because it usually means too much intellect, not enough intuition. You know, we're going to be utilizing the normal everyday mind or the intellect to do a lot of things, but when there's excessive amounts of intellect and very little intuition, which is more our problem solving, innovating, learning, you know, these kinds of aspects, then the mind becomes a bit more fixated, a bit more rigid. And this would be associated with stage 3. So here you have several choices. Basically, the blue oils, blue tansy, dark blue tansy, yarrow, German chamomile, tansy, yarrow. There was another one. Is there another? No, I think that's it. I mean, yeah, you could probably get away with Cape chamomile or blue cypress, but the darker blues are better. And then blue healer, like the blend blue healer. So pull out one of the oils that you have for this. And again, we're going to work the 4 quadrants of the aura just to set the energy body to be able to go a little bit deeper with our process. So pull out your oil. You're on the left side of the body, head to ankle. So the left side of your face, neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg, all the way to the left ankle. Your awareness is on the front side of your body, your face and neck, your chest, your abdomen, your pelvis, down the front of your legs, all the way down to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, the right ribs and hips, down the outer legs, your right outer ankle, down the whole right side. And then the backside of your body, back of your head and neck, your whole back and hips, your hamstrings and calves, all the way down to your heels, head to heels. And then pause and be still. Okay, you're just being still. You're letting go for a moment. Very tarragon might help us. Okay, you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back head. Opposite the area between your eyebrows, around on the back side. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. Your forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the front heart, or the center of your chest. And then just let go. And you're going to pull out your Artemisia or your replacement. Remember, the Artemisia is about the REM function. So we keep going back and forth between non-REM and REM. So you're using your Artemisia or your replacement, and your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on your forehead. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, area between the shoulder blades. And then the front heart. And then just be still. Space still. Again, let's go to your blue tansy, German chamomile, yarrow, dark blue tansy, blue healer. Whatever you got. Again, backhead. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Back heart. And the front heart. And then just be still. And then pull out your Artemisia or your replacement for that. And again, your awareness is on the back head. Awareness is on the forehead. Your awareness is on the back heart. And your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. Just be still. MM from New Jersey. We can answer your questions on the Q&A. Yeah, I see you. We can answer them on the Q&A. Yeah. Okay, so now you have your blue tansy, dark blue tansy, German chamomile yarrow, blue heather. Again, your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on the forehead. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And the front heart. And then just be still. Let's pull out your Artemisia or your replacement for that. Awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back heart. And then the front heart. Okay, so we're going to do the REM component. And REM is a little bit, it refers to rapid eye movement, which you're a little bit more awake in this particular stage. And we cycle through it as we sleep. And this is tied to cognitive processing, mental faculties, emotional regulation, vivid dreaming, dream processing. I think I said memory consolidation. I would suspect that even memory, like pruning, mental pruning kind of happens in this particular stage. So here we're going to start off with the Artemisia, because the Artemisia has been all about the REM. And we're going to do this in a slightly different order. So you have your REM, and you're going to start with the left side of the body. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, head to ankle. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs, Artemisia. Yeah. We're on D, Artemisia. All the way down to the left outer ankle. The front side of your body. The right side of the body. From head to the outer ankle. And then the back side of the body. And then just be still. Just be still. So the other three, the non-REM, have to do with stresses. REM has to do with, you could say, the effects of conditioning. Whatever repetitive thoughts or strong emotions you've had, you've attracted energy from the environment. Even when we have like a traumatic event happen to us, we have a strong emotional response and it attracts energy from the environment. These energies from the environments would be like the energetic aspects of the elements, right? The building blocks for the form. And so this doesn't so much like release them, it actually kind of transmutes them. Like it makes them into something more appropriate. Okay, so we're still using the artemisia or your replacement. Your awareness is on your back head. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back head. The forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. The back heart. And then the front heart, the center of your chest.